waiting for Smaug's return for his entire life, is brave, and is unlucky. And Greasebag uses underhanded tactics because of course he does. We then return to the dwarves outside Erebor, who are worried about Bilbo's safety now that Smaug has awoken.
Give him more time.
Time to do what? To be killed?
You're afraid.
Thorin then accuses Balin of being afraid, possibly to hide the fact that he must also be very much afraid of Smaug.
Yes, I'm afraid. I fear for you. A sickness lies upon that treasure hoard.
God damn it, not this again. So Balin isn't actually afraid that Smaug might kill everyone he knows. He is afraid that the magic gold pile might make Thorin go crazy. I don't know why this crazy gold subplot is in the film. It is not necessary. I also have no idea why Balin is bringing this up now. Thorin has shown no signs of craziness or an intense desire to do a swan dive into his Scrooge McDuck mountain of cash. Balin seems only to be bringing this up to remind the audience that this was something briefly established in the first movie. He continues that the Thorin he knows would not hesitate to rescue Bilbo, and Thorin responds,
I will not risk this quest for the life of one burglar.
So Balin seems to be suggesting that Thorin is acting out of character by risking the life of one of his companions in order to finish his quest. Thorin claims to not want to risk the quest for the life of one, except that, in this case, if Bilbo is killed, the quest fails, meaning that Thorin should be highly motivated to make sure Bilbo is not killed, if for no other reason than to ensure that he recovers the Arkenstone. Maybe Thorin does have the crazies, maybe the writers thought this made sense, I have no idea. My presumption is that Thorin is supposed to be being a bit of a dick right now, but that his actions are cold and calculated based on risk versus reward. What is actually happening, however, is that Thorin is risking the failure of his quest by saying that he will not risk the failure of his quest. Anywho, Balin is offended and shocked that Thorin will not even name Bilbo, referring to him only as the burglar. Meanwhile, we see that Smaug has worked out that Thorin, specifically, has sent Bilbo in here to acquire the Arkenstone.
Just lying there.
This makes a degree of sense. Smaug can smell the dwarves on Bilbo, and Thorin wanting the Arkenstone is the most likely reason for any dwarves being present. Smaug then says that Thorin's quest will fail, as a great darkness is coming, referring to Sauron, confirming that Smaug is very aware of Sauron's presence. Smaug tells Bilbo that he has been used as a means to an end.
You are being used. You were only ever a means to an end. The coward, Oakenshield, has weighed the value of your life and found it worth nothing.
I assume that Smaug has temporarily forgotten that he is himself being used as a means to an end by Sauron. Interestingly, we see Smaug accidentally knock the Arkenstone away from Bilbo a couple of times during this sequence, but at no point does he seem to realize that the Arkenstone is there. He knows that the Arkenstone exists, and he believes correctly that Bilbo is there specifically to retrieve it. And yet at no point does he actually say, "Aha, you crafty little bugger, I see you going for that there Arkenstone. Avast, thief." Anyway, we then see that there is a nice little hole in Smaug's armor, meaning that the fairy tale mentioned earlier that no one could possibly know to be true is in fact true. Meaning that someone made up something because I guess it made them feel good, and it turned out to be absolutely correct. Sloppy writing does not even come close. And then it gets worse.
So it is true. The Black Arrow found its mark.
What did you say?
So Bilbo has just said, out loud, something that only serves to benefit the least attentive audience member. He has no other reason to say this. Yet the script demands that he does to make sure everyone is following along. Bilbo and Smaug then notice that the Arkenstone is right next to them, and Smaug says,
I am almost tempted to let you take it, if only to see Oakenshield suffer.
He wants to see Thorin be destroyed and corrupted by the Arkenstone, establishing that the Arkenstone does indeed have some kind of magical corruptive property. So, which is it? Is it the giant pile of gold that drove Thror crazy, or was it the Arkenstone? The Arkenstone would make more sense, and if it is revealed that yes, it was totally the Arkenstone, then this calls into question why, in the prologue, Bilbo claimed that it was a generic love of wealth that drove Thror mad, if he in fact knew that it was the Arkenstone. At this point, however, it turns out that Smaug has had enough of Bilbo.
So tell me, thief, how do you choose to die?
And Bilbo is able to escape by using the ring. Smaug has seemingly forgotten that he has an incredibly good sense of smell, and also that he was able to detect and potentially control Bilbo when he was wearing the ring. Instead of doing this, he decides to spray and pray. Okay, Thorin is an idiot. Bilbo is an idiot. Balin is compassionate and is offended by Thorin's coldness. Smaug is sadistic and is forgetful. We then return to Lake Town, and oh dear, it looks like Bolg and his 30 orcs have somehow managed to cross the lake and arrive here. The orcs have not only managed to enter Lake Town, but they have also managed to skulk about on the rooftops without anyone noticing. We then see that Gaston has been imprisoned, and we see that Boffa is still trying to locate Kingsfoil for Keely. The orcs then attack Gaston's house. I assume that they deliberately waited until they had located it before randomly attacking people, although this calls into question how exactly they did locate it. What would have made the most sense would have been for them to follow Boffa as he returns with the Kingsfoil. This would still be very convenient, but that's irrelevant because that's not what happens. The orcs attack before Boffa has returned, meaning that I had no idea how they knew where the dwarves were hiding. Anyway, Oin and Fili are able to fight the orcs back while Boffa is pursued in the streets. Boffa is about to be killed, but he is saved by an arrow.
Yay!
Ladyless and Legolas arrive and whip the piss right out of the orcs. This fight scene certainly has problems, notably the impeccable timing and the lack of damage any of the heroes sustain, but honestly, this is the first good fight scene in the Hobbit movies. Let me explain. This fight scene takes place in an environment that the audience and characters are very familiar with. It is also taking place in an extremely tightly enclosed space, unlike the seemingly infinite cartoon lands of the Warg Chase, the Barrel Chase, or the Escape from Goblin Town. There are also children involved who are unable to defend themselves from the orcs, meaning that the characters are not merely fighting for their own survival. There is more at stake. The orcs appear to be actors in suits rather than fully CGI monkey people, meaning that the fighting feels far more realistic than in any of the other scenes in these movies. The actors do not appear to be doing flashy moves, stabbing at thin air for the cartoon goblins to be added after the fact. Anyway, an orc escapes and informs Bolg that Thorin is not here, and Bolg then orders the orcs to fall back. Then we get this.
And everything seemed to be going so well.
Alright, throw out all the compliments I just gave this scene. Evidently the filmmakers were unwilling to do a fight scene without a funny decapitation facilitated by cartoon physics. Meanwhile, Keely is seemingly about to die. Legolas asks Ladyless to come with him as he is still of the belief that they are here to kill the orcs, not to save any particular dwarf. She moves to leave, but pauses after hearing Keely in pain. Legolas either does not notice or does not care that Ladyless has not accompanied him, probably so as to ensure that he is not present for the following scene. So Ladyless takes the Kingsfoil from Boffa and states,
What are you doing?
I'm going to save him.
she orders the dwarves to hold him down and the children also help. She then recites something in Elvish and appears to heal Keely.
That this boy will walk. Timmy! We are gonna save you and you are gonna walk with the Lord. Timmy! Devil be gone!
Okay, so fundamentally, I have no issue with her being able to do this. However, in The Lord of the Rings, Kingsfoil was something that Aragorn thought might help to slow the poison. It was not a cure. Both he and Arwen knew that for Frodo to survive his wound, he would need Elvish medicine and to be brought to Elrond. We don't actually see what Elrond does, or if it even is Elrond specifically who heals Frodo, which is totally fine because we don't need to see it happen. However, if Ladyless is able to grind up some Kingsfoil and speak some magic words, then I don't think it unreasonable to suggest that Arwen could have done precisely the same thing in Fellowship of the Ring. The only way around this is if Arwen, the Lady of Rivendell and daughter of Elrond, knows less about healing magic than Ladyless, a self-described lowly sylvan elf. Anyway, she finishes healing Keely, who is lying with his head on a pillow made of nuts, which maybe is symbolic for what he wants to do to Ladyless. Anyway, he seems barely conscious, rambling about how in love with Ladyless he is, and I still don't care. Anyway, Bolg orders that the orcs send word to Dol Guldur that Thorin has reached Erebor. I must have missed the scene where the orcs learned that Thorin has reached Erebor, as all they should know is that Thorin is not in the one house they just attacked. Bolg stays behind with a couple of orcs to deal with Legolas. We don't see any civilians of Lake Town at all during these scenes. Indeed, the only people in Lake Town who seem to be aware that there are 30-odd orcs and a bunch of wargs inside their town are Gaston's 2 daughters. We then see the wargs leave over a large bridge, and hold on one gosh darn moment, this is the first time we've seen this bridge. This was never mentioned, and it was never even implied that there was any way into Lake Town other than by boat. But I guess the orcs went the long way round, as did Legolas and Ladyless, and they entered via the bridge, and still no one saw them? No guards? Well, my bad. Evil McGee is incompetent and dedicated the entirety of his town guard to apprehending Gaston. Anyway, it's time for Legolas and Bolg to have their boss fight. This fight is also not bad. Bolg demonstrates that he is much stronger than Legolas, quickly disarming him, and it descends into a fistfight. Although he evidently went to the Big Chungus school of how to kill elves, as he repeatedly throws Legolas into things instead of ripping his head off and shitting down his neck. After a while, Legolas is attacked by 2 more orcs, and Bolg takes this opportunity to leave, as I assume he has remembered that his mission is to kill Thorin, not Legolas. Upon realizing that Bolg has made him bleed his own blood, Legolas pursues him on horseback, and that is where we leave these characters until the next film. Okay, Ladyless saves what she loves instead of fighting what she hates, and Bolg is a brick shithouse. Intercut with the Lake Town sequence is the Erebor sequence. We see that Thorin has actually decided to venture inside, even though the last time we saw him, he said,
I will not risk this quest for the life of one burglar.
So I guess he changed his mind off screen? Seems like an important thing to show, but okay. So we follow Thorin inside, and he sees the vast wealth of Erebor before bumping into Bilbo.
We're alive. Not for much longer. Did you find the Arkenstone? The dragon's coming. The Arkenstone.
Did you find it?
This tells us very clearly that at this point Thorin's priority is the Arkenstone. When Bilbo does not give him a straight answer, Thorin blocks Bilbo's escape.
We have to get out. Sorry.
The suggestion here seems to be that Thorin has the crazies as a result of all the gold and or the Arkenstone. But practically speaking, he needs the Arkenstone in order to reunite the dwarves and retake Erebor. If they leave now, without Bilbo having retrieved it, then I would argue their quest has in fact been in vain, because they will have achieved nothing. But Thorin is angry and sweaty, so he's just crazy, lol. Before Bilbo can reveal that he does not have the Arkenstone, as remember it was on the floor when he put the ring on and fled, so there is no way he could have it, Smaug appears right as the other dwarves enter the mountain. Wait, okay, so if they're all here, why did Thorin come in on his own? Was it so that he could threaten Bilbo without anyone taking issue with this and therefore communicate to the audience that Thorin is totally crazy? Yeah, probably that.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
So, Smaug attacks the dwarves, partially hitting Thorin, although none of them are injured, and we see them sneak through much of Erebor, which is utterly dark and empty, having been abandoned now for well over 100 years. Given how gigantic and silent Erebor is, it should be impossible for Smaug to sneak up on them. Okay, so either Smaug is playing with his food, which is certainly possible, or the writers have forgotten that he has an incredibly sharp sense of smell. There is no way that Smaug does not know that the dwarves are there. Also, there is no way in hell that Smaug is able to move this quietly. He is between 2 and 3 times the size of a 747, and the film has already shown how the smallest sound can reverberate in the vast chasms of Erebor. Shortly afterwards, the dwarves find a mass grave of their people, who presumably starved to death while waiting for someone to save them. This is pretty tragic, and it serves as a second wind for Thorin.
To try to reach the mines. Might last a few days.
No. I will not die like this.
Cowering. Clawing for breath.
And he hatches a plan to defeat Smaug by leading him into the forges of Erebor, conveniently skipping over the fact that the last time we saw him in relative safety, his absolute priority was interrogating Bilbo so as to ensure the recovery of the Arkenstone. Now, it seems as though his goal is to kill Smaug. This appears to make sense, although only partly. If Smaug is defeated, then whether or not Bilbo has the Arkenstone becomes irrelevant. Thorin would be able to freely search Erebor to locate it, which this film has decided is something that is not impossible to do. However, this hinges upon them successfully defeating Smaug. My impression, given how borderline unhinged Thorin was in the previous scene, was that he was absolutely willing to risk Smaug unleashing hell, provided it did not get in the way of him recovering the Arkenstone. So anyway, the dwarves split up, and then this happens. So, until this point, I have had my criticisms of Smaug, but he has come across as intelligent. He is not someone who can be easily fooled. He is not a wild animal. He is cunning and rational and logical, despite being vain and arrogant. So why exactly he blindly chases the dwarves as they go, "Hey you, follow me," I have no clue. This is the kind of thing I would expect from the half-witted trolls in the first film, not from Smaug, chiefest and greatest of calamities. So whilst being led around like a Scooby-Doo villain, Smaug intermittently forgets that he can breathe fire. As a result, he is unable to catch a single dwarf, despite his immense size, his surprising agility given his size, and his very keen sense of smell. At one point, Thorin accidentally runs the wrong way because, remember, he now has the crazies, and Smaug sneaks up on him because, again, the film has tricked the viewer into accepting this as a possibility, and Thorin is then pursued by Smaug. He survives this. And this. And this. And they are then able to regroup in the furnace. Dwalin and Balin have realized that their plan will not work because the furnaces are stone cold. I am unsure as to why they expected anything else, as Erebor has of course been abandoned for about 150 years. Luckily, however,
There's no fire hot enough to set them ablaze.
Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
they realize that they can totally kill Smaug with the furnace by tricking Smaug into turning the furnace on. The problem with all this is that the Smaug in this action sequence is not the same Smaug that was having a nice chat with Bilbo. That Smaug was very intelligent. This Smaug is a giant evil monster with no personality. He chases the good guys because that's what evil monsters do. And the world of the movie buckles in order to allow him to do this. Anyway, Thorin taunts Smaug, resulting in him breathing fire into the forge. Everyone survives this. So, I don't need to rely on real-world physics to call bullshit. Even if we assume that, sure, hiding behind a pillar means you can bypass the various laws of thermodynamics. I can call bullshit on this by using the rules that the movie has already laid out. Earlier, we saw the ground literally start heating up as a result of Smaug's fire breath. It almost appeared to be turning into lava, and the dwarves were, of course, avoiding it. Smaug's fire is hotter than ordinary fire. It is so hot that it causes the ground to become unstable, and the dwarves believe it to be hot enough to kickstart a long inactive forge. Come to think of it, I do distinctly recall learning that evil fire was not hot, so I guess this is further evidence that the writers of Rings of Power did not watch these movies. Anyway, Smaug's fire hits the forge, and... Oh, cool. Okay, so the forge is just on now. Granted, I don't know jack shit about forges, but my guess is that putting fire in one when it's off does not magically make it be on. Regardless, the dwarves start working the bellows to heat up the gold inside the forges, whilst Smaug attempts to break his way through the gate. I am wondering why he doesn't continue to breathe fire into the room, as this would prevent the dwarves from doing any of this. But I am willing to assume that there is some kind of limitation to his fire breath. I'm happy to accept that he can't simply do it forever. Either way, it definitely feels like he could be trying just that little bit harder to kill the dwarves. Anyway, Bilbo pulls the lever. And this appears to seriously piss off Smaug, and it also appears to cool him and presumably prevent him from breathing fire for a bit. The dwarves throw some improvised explosives at him, which have little to no effect, and then the dragon single-mindedly pursues Thorin. Then this happens. Okay, so firstly, time and space bent themselves to make this cable move closer to Gloin than it was in the previous shot. Secondly, I have no idea what this cable is made of. It was made by dwarves, so how can I possibly say that cutting through it with a sword is ridiculous? Well, this cable is being used in a forge, and it is bearing a huge amount of weight. Enough weight to stop Smaug in his tracks. Therefore, there is no way that a cable this strong can be cut by one tap with a sword. This is like cutting through a cable car cable in one strike using a bread knife. No fucking way. Meanwhile, the gold has heated up to the point of becoming liquid, and Thorin opens the outlets to channel it to its destination. He then charges Smaug with a wheelbarrow, and I'm unsure at this point what exactly his plan is. Okay, so I guess we're just ignoring the transitive properties of heat in this film, aren't we? The only way this is possible is if the dwarves have developed heat-resistant wheelbarrows, although, saying that, they appear to have developed cables that can bear hundreds of tons of weight, but also be cut with a sword, so maybe this isn't all that inconsistent. So Smaug, unable to follow Thorin, decides to chase Bilbo instead. Because Smaug is now a big clumsy dum-dum, he remains unable to catch anyone at any point. So a quick discussion about Smaug and why this fight/chase sequence does not work at all. As I have already mentioned, Smaug has a very clear personality. In addition to this, his voice, provided by Benedict Cumberbatch, is fantastic.
I kill wherever I please, and none shall stop me. So tell me, how do you choose to die?
He is a fully fledged character. His performance is as good as, if not better, than Andy Serkis as Gollum in the first film. His dialogue is also fantastic, and I do not think it is a coincidence that the writers decided to keep the discussion between Smaug and Bilbo, as well as the riddles scene with Gollum, mostly intact from the book. So it may come as a surprise to you when I say that during the subsequent fight/chase sequence, Smaug does not utter a single word. He is a silent killing machine intent on eating the dwarves. The only personality present within Smaug during this sequence is entirely from the animation and the visual effects. And don't get me wrong, the visual presentation of Smaug is still pretty incredible even 10 years later. And the amount of expression the animators were able to achieve is rather astounding, but my point is that they stripped away a core component of his character in order to do a giant monster chase sequence. I do not think it unlikely that this entire sequence was added after the script was written, and potentially even after Benedict Cumberbatch had recorded his lines and finished his motion capture. This is speculation, but either way, the end result is very jarring, as it does not fit the character of Smaug that was very precisely set up in the previous scene. Anyway, upon reaching the Gallery of the Kings, Smaug is allowed to speak once again.
You think you could deceive me, Barrel Rider? You have come from Lake Town.
And he deduces that Bilbo came from Lake Town. This, I think, is reasonable, as even if Smaug cannot smell humans on Bilbo or the dwarves, he already knows that they at one point traveled in barrels. So the connection is certainly there to be made by someone as intelligent as Smaug.
Perhaps it is time I paid them a visit.
I don't really have a problem with this either. It may at first seem as though
this is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
But I think it makes an amount of sense for Smaug to want to do this. He has been unable to catch any of the dwarves as they have taunted and humiliated him whilst running literal circles around him. He has been awoken after however long by someone trying to steal from him. Smaug is extremely proud and vain, so I can totally accept that he wants to devastate Lake Town in spectacular fashion just to prove how powerful he is. He does what he wants for no reason other than that no one can stop him. Smaug is absolutely chaotic evil. And given that I think it is reasonable for him to assume, rightly or wrongly, that the dwarves are working with the men of Lake Town to bring him down, I think it's totally reasonable for Smaug to want to burninate the living shit out of them. Bilbo yells for Smaug to stop, and Smaug pauses, realizing that Bilbo cares about the men of Lake Town.
You care about them. Good. Then you can watch them die.
At this point, Bilbo and Smaug are literally face to face. If Smaug's objective was simply to eat Bilbo, as it was earlier, then there would be nothing Bilbo could do to stop him. He has nowhere to hide. I'm going to look at this from the perspective of both characters. So from Bilbo's perspective, he is running towards certain death, imploring Smaug not to go to Lake Town. Maybe it's a really dumb move for Bilbo to reveal himself and try to convince the extremely angry and unhinged Smaug not to go on a rampage, but given that in his eyes he has to try something, I think I can accept Bilbo setting aside his own self-preservation to at least attempt to stop Smaug. Smaug can, seemingly, be reasoned with to some degree, whereas Azog cannot, which is why I do not consider Bilbo's actions here to be as egregious as his actions in the finale of the first film. From Smaug's perspective, he decides not to kill Bilbo when he could do it incredibly easily, and Bilbo has already contributed to Smaug's own humiliation. Smaug, as already established, is sadistic. He wants the people Bilbo cares about to suffer. This is a greater punishment than simply killing Bilbo. And it also feeds into Smaug's pridefulness and ego, as he does not even consider that attacking Lake Town may lead to his own demise. So, Smaug moves to exit Erebor, at which point we will see if the front door was indeed an option for the dwarves, but he is stopped.
Here! You witless worm!
Smaug, thinking himself to be the best thing since sliced bread, cannot handle being taunted by Thorin, who is essentially calling him a chicken, and Smaug's ego will not allow for this slight to go unanswered. Smaug approaches Thorin, who taunts him further, and then... Smaug, seemingly overwhelmed by its beauty, as he of course is driven by a desire for gold, stands right in front of it until it melts. So this seems exceedingly unlikely and just plain old dumb. Also, I hope Bilbo made it out safe. Anyway, I have no idea how molten gold works when it's in liquid form, but I'm going to hazard a guess that you can't, with the technology available and the very limited time constraints, pump it into a giant mold of a statue, have it appear to be solid for a minute or two, and then dissolve. Additionally, the liquid gold is of a high enough quantity to completely engulf Smaug, despite him appearing to be of a similar size to the statue. If they were in a tight, confined space, then sure, maybe the room literally fills up with liquid gold and Smaug is drowned. But as depicted, he is covered in the stuff when it seemingly should have flowed throughout the hall, creating a large, shallow puddle, not nearly enough to cover the 60-foot-tall dragon. Regardless, Smaug is not killed, and he flies towards Lake Town to show Thorin the true meaning of revenge. As he leaves, we see, rather hilariously, that the front door of Erebor was indeed wide open, and so the whole secret passage thing appears to have been entirely pointless. Meanwhile, the Lake Townians see that something is wrong, as they can see fire on the horizon. And then we get a pretty cool cliffhanger.
I am dead.
What have we done?
And we cut to the credits. Alright, so that was the desolation of Smaug. As with the first video, most of my thoughts on how this functions, or perhaps doesn't, as a movie trilogy will be saved for a final autopsy video. For now though, how does it stand on its own? So this movie is incredibly silly. I think the first film is superior, however I think that Desolation of Smaug is probably more entertaining. There is a huge amount of downtime in the first one, whereas this one doesn't really have much, if any, time to breathe. Visually, Smaug himself is fantastic, as is Erebor and Lake Town. However, most of the orcs look like trash, with a couple of exceptions, as does most of the Mirkwood areas. There isn't as much character development in this movie, and what little there is oftentimes extremely simplistic or occasionally nonsensical. Gandalf has unfortunately been reduced to a moron with no concern for his own life, when the safety of Middle-earth kind of requires that he be alive, which is something I will elaborate on in my final autopsy video when we have the added context of the third movie. We continue to have a tremendous amount of bloat and wasted time, although the wasted time in this movie was at least superficially entertaining, whereas in the first film this was rarely the case. The worst part of this movie is the characterization of the Master and Greasebag, followed closely by the Keely Ladyless Morgul Shaft bullshittery. The Thorin might be crazy thread is painfully forced and ill-explained, and I can only assume it will get worse in the third film. Anyway, this video has turned out to be way longer than I had anticipated, which seems to happen now with every video I make, so maybe I should adjust my expectations. So I will leave it here for now. Please, if you have made it this far, consider liking, sharing, or subscribing, as it will help the channel. If you are interested in supporting my work directly, please check out my Patreon. The link is in the video description. I also live stream on YouTube every other Friday typically, so if you want to jump in chat and call me names while I fail horribly at video games, then I invite you to do so with open arms. That's all for now. Thank you so much for watching, and we will continue this with the Battle of the Five Armies. Alright, what the fuck did I just watch? There is a possibility that if viewed as a standalone film in a bubble, when no other Star Wars film exists, that Rise of Skywalker could be mostly fine. It could be a totally serviceable, average blockbuster that comes and goes and is forgotten by next summer. Unfortunately for Rise of Skywalker, that is not the case. Once you remember that this is the 9th film in a franchise, that it is supposed to provide closure on the 42 years of build-up, Rise of Skywalker is an abomination. Given that J.J. Abrams directed The Force Awakens, which was then followed by Rian Johnson's The Last Jedi, where he famously binned all of J.J.'s plans as to where the story could go, it is quite clear that in Rise of Skywalker, J.J. was trying to steer the trilogy desperately back in the direction he originally envisioned. I will acknowledge that J.J. was given pretty much an impossible task to follow on from The Last Jedi, but that is very little in the way of consolation when Rise of Skywalker is as bad as it is. I do think that if JJ didn't have to acknowledge or follow on from The Last Jedi, that Rise of Skywalker could have been significantly better. And in fact, it would almost be possible to watch The Force Awakens and then follow it immediately with Rise of Skywalker. If not for the curious absence of a certain character called Luke Skywalker. You may have heard of him. You could describe the sequel trilogy as a cancerous growth that attached itself to the original trilogy and then proceeded to leech it of everything that made it good. And if we continue with that analogy, Rise of Skywalker is like the cancerous growth attached to the cancerous growth. There is no way I'm going to be able to cover every problem with this movie after watching it only once, but I will do what I can, so let's go. As you may know, J.J. Abrams set up a bunch of mystery boxes in the first film of the sequel trilogy, The Force Awakens. These included: who are Rey's parents? Who is Supreme Leader Snoke? Who are the Knights of Ren? Why did Luke Skywalker go into hiding? How did Maz Kanata obtain Luke's lightsaber from Cloud City? How did the First Order obtain power after the defeat of the Empire? What did Snoke mean when he told Kylo to return and complete his training? Will Finn recover from his injuries? And as you will know, in what has become something of a meme, rather than giving any kind of satisfying answer to any of these questions, Rian Johnson subverted our expectations on every single point with The Last Jedi. Rey's parents? They're no one. She is inexplicably powerful for no reason. Supreme Leader Snoke is no one. He's inexplicably powerful and we have no idea who he is. The Knights of Ren? Who are they? Luke Skywalker went into hiding because he felt ashamed after he tried to murder his nephew in his sleep. The First Order? They're just inexplicably powerful for no reason. Kylo's training? Well, all he had to do was kill Rey. Finn's injuries? What injuries? So anyway, now with JJ back in charge, he was able to try his best to steer the sequel trilogy back in the direction it was headed before Rian Johnson used his weird circular brain to steer the franchise off a cliff. So here's what JJ did with Rian's answers to JJ's two biggest questions. Rey's parents are indeed no one, but her grandfather was Palpatine. Yep, that Palpatine, the one who's been dead for 30 years. Snoke? Not only is he no one, but he was literally created by Palpatine in a test tube in order to create the First Order and train Kylo. Why couldn't Palpatine have done this himself? Fuck you, that's why. Anyway, so as we learn in the opening minutes, Palpatine is in fact alive. There are two ways, as far as I can tell, that this is possible, and both are just as retarded as each other. First possibility is that Palpatine's body physically survived being dropped down the shaft on the Death Star moments before it blew up, and he was then able to escape through the vacuum of space to safety, presumably in a similar fashion to the now infamous Leia Poppins scene in The Last Jedi. Possibility number two is that the Palpatine that Vader and Luke defeated in Return of the Jedi was in fact a clone of the real Palpatine. This is actually hinted at being what actually happens in Rise of Skywalker, with a throwaway line mentioning that cloning is something only the Sith know how to do, or something to that effect. And this would of course mean that Luke's heroism and Vader's redemption at the end of Return of the Jedi were absolutely meaningless, because all they accomplished was killing an inconsequential clone of the real thing. But if you were honestly expecting this trilogy to end with any amount of respect or reverence for the originals, then you haven't been paying attention. Anyway, so Palpatine has been hiding on Evil Planet for presumably 30 years and has somehow amassed a secret fleet of Star Destroyers, all equipped with planet-killing Death Star technology. And when I say fleet, I mean a fleet larger than any fleet in the history of Star Wars. We see thousands of Star Destroyers. Where did Palpatine get enough people to man these ships? But hey, it looks cool, so don't think about it. We then meet the three protagonists from the sequel trilogy, Rey, Finn, and Poe. Rey and Poe enjoy their first on-screen conversation in the final film of the trilogy. They learn about Palpatine and his fleet from information sent to them by a First Order mole. Rey then discovers information that Luke left behind that will lead her to a MacGuffin that will lead her to Palpatine. Because, of course, it ain't a Star Wars film without a MacGuffin. Meanwhile, Kylo is able to track where Rey is using the Force. This is something that was kinda set up in The Last Jedi, but here it's used in a completely different way and for completely different reasons. So in The Last Jedi, Rey and Kylo are able to have these Force Skype calls where they can speak to each other, see each other's surroundings, and interact in an extremely limited fashion. Like raindrops from one end appear on the other person's hand, for example. It is later revealed in The Last Jedi that Snoke, the most powerful Force user in the entire series, apart from Palpatine it seems, was manipulating these Force Skype calls for reasons that were relevant to the plot of that movie. My point is, it wasn't Kylo or Rey that were doing it. Kylo even says at one point,
You're not doing this. You have to kill me.
Rey is more powerful than Kylo, and he knows this. Kylo also understands that the amount of power it would take to do something like this would be enough to kill her. So, how is this connection used in Rise of Skywalker? Well, Rey and Kylo are able to communicate with each other without requiring Snoke's influence. They are also able to transport objects to each other through the Force. Kylo grabs Rey's necklace in one scene, and Rey sends Kylo a lightsaber in another. I'll say that again. Rey uses the Force to make her lightsaber disappear and then reappear in Kylo's hands. I know that I can't really say that this would be impossible because, you know, the Force is essentially magic, but magic still has rules. We are given absolutely no reason as to why they are able to do this. We are given no reason as to why they didn't do this until now. We are given no reason as to why no one else has ever been able to do this. So I can't really call it a plot hole, but I can call it a Deus Ex Machina. So anyway, Finn, Rey, and Poe travel to yet another desert planet looking for this MacGuffin. They are chased by stormtroopers with jetpacks. They, for some reason, are surprised that stormtroopers have jetpacks when jetpacks have existed in Star Wars since forever. And then they accidentally fall down a hole, accidentally find the remains of a ship inside the hole, and accidentally find a Sith dagger inside that ship. So the dagger ends up acting as an intermediary MacGuffin that leads them to the actual MacGuffin, but before I go there, I should reiterate that they literally stumbled upon the exact object that they needed to complete their mission. They weren't even looking for a Sith dagger. They happened to find one in the hole that they accidentally fell in. And if that wasn't enough of a convenience, it's later revealed that not only is this dagger the MacGuffin that will lead them to the other MacGuffin, it is also the exact same dagger that was used to kill Rey's parents. Is this impossible? No. So I can't call it a plot hole, but I can call it a gigantic plot contrivance. So anyway, this Sith dagger is inscribed with a Sith text, which they assume will lead them to the MacGuffin that will lead them to Palpatine. I honestly can't remember why they assume this, but I think it's a pretty safe bet to say that that just isn't explained. Luckily, they have C-3PO with them, who is a translator. He is a protocol droid literally built to translate one language into another. Except, he can't this time because the script says so. Yeah, so the only reason this was written into the script was to pad the runtime, to necessitate taking the heroes to yet another planet, and to tease the idea that C-3PO would have his memory wiped with the goal of evoking some emotion.
What are you doing there, 3PO?
Taking one last look, sir, at
My friends.
Instead of feeling any kind of sadness that C-3PO would essentially be killed, I was more wondering why he referred to Finn, Poe, and Rey as his friends, when they've only said like 1 or 2 lines to each other. They're friends because the script says so, I guess. And I'm kind of glad that this scene didn't work in the slightest, because if I had got emotionally invested, I would have been even more pissed off when, shortly after, R2-D2 uploads a memory backup into C-3PO, which means that this was really just a cheap attempt at baiting this character's death. So, when I bought my ticket to see Rise of Skywalker, I honestly was expecting that I would find the movie funny, either unintentionally or intentionally. I didn't really care. As long as the film made me laugh, I'd consider myself entertained. Rise of Skywalker failed to do this through the entirety of its runtime, with one exception. One moment in this movie broke me, and I had to restrain myself. So Finn and Poe are captured by stormtroopers and are then ordered to be executed. While standing in front of a firing squad, all hope seems lost. At least it would, if not for the tonal inconsistency that results from them exchanging jokes when they're about to die. And then they are rescued by the First Order mole. Remember, the mole who leaked information about Palpatine to the Resistance at the start of the movie. The mole is General Hux. So, for those of you who might not understand why this is self-evidently fucking retarded, let me explain. General Hux was a subordinate only to Supreme Leader Snoke. He was in charge of the entire First Order military. He uses the Starkiller base to destroy 5 planets, killing untold billions of innocent people. From what we see on screen, Hux has the highest body count of any character in the entire saga. Hux isn't a grunt, so this isn't at all comparable to Finn, for example, when Finn deserted the First Order at the start of The Force Awakens. To use a Lord of the Rings analogy, this would instead be like Saruman revealing at the start of Return of the King, after having killed thousands of people at the Battle of Helm's Deep, that he is in fact working for the good guys and wants to help take down Sauron. This moment absolutely broke me because it demonstrated a total disregard for and lack of understanding of the characters that J.J. Abrams himself had created. And the way this information is revealed is so hilariously blunt. Hux just shoots the firing squad in the back and declares, "I'm the mole." And they try to explain this with a throwaway line. Poe asks Hux why he's helping them, and Hux then replies, "I don't care if you win. I only care if Kylo Ren loses." Yeah, that sounds about right. This man has murdered billions of people, and he decides to commit treason, likely knowing that it will cost him his own life, in order to make it marginally more likely that Kylo Ren will lose. In The Force Awakens, we see that Kylo and Hux are both subordinates to Snoke, but they appear to be of a similar rank. Kylo, of course, being more physically powerful, but Hux being the military commander and tactician, which is a similar dynamic to Tarkin and Vader in the original Star Wars. There is a sense of rivalry between Kylo and Hux in The Force Awakens, but nothing overt. In The Last Jedi, Hux is suddenly treated like a punchline by both Rian Johnson and Kylo Ren, but even though we really have no choice but to accept The Last Jedi as canonical at this point, the suggestion that being thrown into walls a couple of times by Kylo would be enough motivation for Hux to turn traitor is insulting. So anyway, after escaping thanks to Hux Ex Machina, Rey, Finn, and Poe travel to Endor and find the remains of the second Death Star. I could have sworn I saw it explode at the end of Return of the Jedi, but hey, it looks cool, so don't think about it. Rey finds the MacGuffin, Kylo then shows up and destroys it, which leads, predictably, to a lightsaber duel. Oh boy, I am on the edge of my seat. Rey has fought and beaten Kylo already, and that was before she had any training at all. I wonder if she will make it 2 for 2. Yeah, she does. She stabs Kylo in the chest with his own lightsaber. Also, Leia dies. Yeah, so the way I phrased that was about as jarring as it was in the movie. This was an extremely weird scene. Kylo actually manages to beat Rey, but Leia, armed with the power of perfect timing, manages to speak to Kylo from another planet using the Force long enough to distract him, which is when Rey then stabs him. Leia dies, somehow, and Rey senses this, somehow, and heals Kylo, somehow, out of remorse? So before I move on to the force healing thing that this movie just shat out of nowhere, I do not understand how Leia died. Am I dumb, or is the movie just being deliberately vague? So the way I see it, either Leia was already dying from some kind of unspecified illness, and then she finally died as a result of the effort needed to communicate with Kylo. Or she was perfectly healthy and then sacrificed herself in order to communicate with Kylo to save Rey. Or Leia died as a result of Rey stabbing Kylo because Leia was communicating with Kylo at that point in time. Either way, Rey senses that Leia has died immediately when it happens, and because she feels guilty about killing Leia's son, she decides to heal him. Yeah, so Rey is suddenly able to heal wounds using the Force. We have never seen anything like this before, so did she just figure this out by herself? How did she learn this? Fuck you, that's how. The film later reveals that Kylo apparently also knows how to do this, and so does Palpatine? So that means that 3 characters who have appeared in multiple movies prior to this one are suddenly all able to use the Force to do something as of yet unprecedented and unexplained, but extremely useful? Again, this isn't impossible, so I can't really call it a plot hole, but I can call it another gigantic plot contrivance. So after learning from Kylo that she is Palpatine's granddaughter, Rey exiles herself on the same planet Luke exiled himself on previously. She tries to destroy his lightsaber that he had given her, but is prevented from doing so when the Force ghost of Luke Skywalker catches the lightsaber in midair. So this is one of 2 moments I noticed when Rise of Skywalker was stuck in a catch-22. The Last Jedi tore a gaping hole in the established world building from previous Star Wars films by revealing that Force ghosts can interact with the physical world. Whilst there is nothing inherently wrong with this idea, who am I to say what a Force ghost can or cannot do? But the problem is that in the 7 movies that came out before The Last Jedi, every single time a character is in peril or is killed, we will be asking ourselves, why isn't there a Force ghost here to help them? If dead Jedi are able to physically interact with the world around them, this would give them an extreme advantage over anyone who is still alive. And apparently they can just show up whenever they want. Anyway, in Rise of Skywalker, the Force ghost of Luke Skywalker catches the lightsaber and proceeds to use the Force to lift his X-Wing out of the water. So I will admit that I did like this scene, in spite of it perpetuating the world-breaking continuity established in The Last Jedi. And this is really what I mean by a catch-22. If Rise of Skywalker acknowledges that Force ghosts can interact with the physical world, then it's consistent with The Last Jedi, but inconsistent with the 7 movies that came first. And if Rise of Skywalker had ignored this and had instead treated Force ghosts as, Force ghosts, then it would have been inconsistent with the movie it is supposed to be a direct sequel to. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. But to be clear, this is entirely Rian Johnson's fault because JJ was kind of fucked either way. Kylo, meanwhile, has a vision of his father, Han Solo, who is thankfully not depicted as a Force ghost, but more as a hallucination. And after a heart-to-heart, he abandons the Kylo Ren identity and becomes Ben Solo once again. This seems remarkably easy for him to do, given that 5 minutes earlier he was planning on using Rey to defeat Palpatine so they could rule the galaxy together. But Kylo Ren is such a comically inconsistent character that with all his flip-flopping, he was eventually gonna flop on one side or the other. So I can't really call it a plot hole, but I can call it lazy writing. So Rey arrives on Evil Planet to fight Palpatine, and she then transmits the location of the planet to the Resistance. Before the Resistance attacks, one pilot asks, why don't we use a Holdo maneuver? And another responds with, come on, that was a 1 in a million. So this brings me to my second catch-22 that Rise of Skywalker finds itself in as a result of The Last Jedi. In The Last Jedi, Admiral Holdo is able to destroy the Supremacy as well as a fleet of Star Destroyers by piloting the Raddus through them at light speed, which tears them to pieces. Now, as with Force Ghosts, I'm not going to pretend that I'm an authority on whether or not this kind of light speed ramming maneuver could actually work, but the cool thing is that I don't have to. The Last Jedi showed us that it does, in fact, work. Never mind the previous 7 movies, filled with Star Destroyers, Death Stars, and Starkiller bases, in which not one single pilot even suggested piloting a ship into them at light speed. The problem with this, if I have not already made it clear, is that until The Last Jedi, this was never an option. This was never mentioned, and it was never proposed or stated that it would or could work. Then The Last Jedi shows us that, yes, you can, in fact, destroy a fleet of gigantic enemy ships simply by aiming a smaller ship at them and jumping into hyperspace. As with the Force Ghosts, thanks to Rian Johnson, we now find ourselves asking in all 7 previous films, as well as in Rise of Skywalker, why no one is lightspeed ramming each other when it has proven to be extremely effective and simple to do. So when the Resistance pilot asks, why don't we do a Holdo maneuver, Rise of Skywalker is acknowledging that the audience is probably asking the same question. And unfortunately, the only reason as to why they don't try a Holdo maneuver, we are told, is because it was a 1 in a million. It wasn't. All she did was turn the Raddus towards the Supremacy and press the go button. It's not rocket science. Oh, wait. So as a result of Rian Johnson's addition to the Star Wars canon, JJ had to come up with a reason as to why the Resistance couldn't simply use a droid to hyperspeed one or multiple ships through Palpatine's entire fleet. And JJ couldn't do it. Because there is no reason as to why they can't do this. And this is one of the reasons why people say Rian Johnson killed Star Wars. So, during the battle, the Resistance gets mostly destroyed. They are pretty much back down to the 10 or so people that were alive at the end of The Last Jedi. And then, suddenly, thousands of ships show up to help. So we are expected to believe that thousands of ships from an unspecified number of planets showed up here at this big battle to help the Resistance, which at this point in time consists of maybe 20 ships. What makes this especially hard to believe is that this is taking place only 1 year after the ending of The Last Jedi, when in a similar situation, not one single planet responded to their distress call. Again, this isn't impossible, so I can't really call it a plot hole, but I can call it... Actually, you know what, I am going to call this one a plot hole. We are given absolutely no reason and no explanation as to how or why these people would just show up here to fight against Palpatine. Just because it would be physically possible for a bunch of people to get in their ships and fly here doesn't make it not a plot hole. Then a large number of Resistance members, including Poe and Finn, land on top of one of the Star Destroyers in atmosphere and ride across it on horses so they can destroy a beacon on its exterior. At this point I was kind of wondering why the Star Destroyer didn't just fly away, which is, you know, it's what Star Destroyers do. This, of course, would have resulted in the remaining Resistance members falling to their deaths. But hey, it looks cool, so don't think about it. We then see Kylo and Rey confront Palpatine. Palpatine drains the life out of both of them using the Force, which for some reason doesn't actually kill either of them, but anyway. Then Palpatine uses lightning to attack the Resistance fleet, instead of using it to kill Rey or Kylo, who are lying on the floor right in front of him. And you might be thinking, well, an entire fleet of thousands of ships pose a greater threat to him than two defeated Force users. And to that I say, no. We are told that Palpatine's master plan was to grow a Supreme Leader Snoke, to use this Snoke to create First Order and turn Kylo Ren to the dark side. Concurrently, he also planned to have his own granddaughter killed to remove a potential threat. This failed, and she grew up and became a Jedi, so Palpatine then instructed Kylo to kill Rey for him. This failed, and Kylo betrayed Palpatine and teamed up with Rey to fight him. They failed to do this, he drained their life force out of them, which left them incapacitated and defenseless right in front of him. I do not think it reasonable to suggest that Palpatine would have prioritized shooting lightning at the Resistance fleet before finishing off Rey and Kylo. But hey, it looks cool, so don't think about it. Rey then hears voices in her head of various Jedi that had died previously, including Luke, Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Anakin. And she then Jedi that had died previously, including Luke, Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Anakin. And she then stands up to fight Palpatine. Palpatine attacks her with lightning, and Rey deflects it back at him with a lightsaber, killing him. Well, that was remarkably easy. And I almost forgot to mention the best part. They rip off Endgame. Spoilers for Endgame. If you're the one guy who hasn't seen this yet, then skip to this point in the video. So at the climax of Endgame, when all hope is lost, Thanos says,
I am inevitable.
To which Iron Man responds,
I am Iron Man.
before he saves the day. In Rise of Skywalker, Palpatine says, I am all the Sith. And Rey responds with, and I am all the Jedi. You might be thinking this is a bit of a stretch, so I'll elaborate on why I think this is a blatant ripoff. The dialogue from the emotional climax of Endgame is virtually identical to that in Rise of Skywalker. This dialogue occurs immediately before the hero defeats the villain and then dies as a result. Endgame is the most successful movie of all time and was the culmination of a decade-long series of movies, much like what Rise of Skywalker is trying to be. The ending of Endgame was extremely emotionally impactful, much like what Rise of Skywalker is trying to be. To be honest, if Rise of Skywalker was a good movie, then I would probably just chalk this down to coincidence. But given how terrible the rest of the movie is, how clearly desperate Disney are, and to be honest at this point how cynical I am, I really think that to call this a coincidence would be naive. So then we get a scene that was, interesting. Having defeated Palpatine single-handedly, having accomplished what Vader and Luke apparently failed to do 30 years previously, Because of some good old-fashioned retroactive continuity, having removed any impact that Anakin Skywalker's redemption and sacrifice had previously had, Rey dies. Not for long though, because Kylo apparently also knows how to use the Force to heal people suddenly, and he heals her. Then they kiss. You heard me. They kiss. To say this came out of nowhere is kind of an understatement. The only, and I mean only, setup for this was in The Last Jedi, when during one of their Force Skype calls, courtesy of Snoke, Kylo is shirtless and Rey is repulsed by him. And that was a year prior to this movie. A few hours ago, Rey wanted Kylo dead, and for good reason. Now they are not only fighting on the same side, but they are apparently romantically involved. Not for long though, because then Kylo dies. For real this time. Rey apparently can't force heal him. Why? Fuck you, that's why. So that pretty much brings us to the end of the movie. But wait, I hear you ask, what's with the title? What does Rise of Skywalker even mean? Well, at the very end of the movie, Rey visits Luke's home from A New Hope and declares to a local that she is Rey Skywalker. So, either she was just pretending to be someone that she isn't so that this woman will leave her alone, or something, symbolism, something. As you can probably tell, my guess is the latter. So that is the end of Rise of Skywalker. Although I have highlighted more than a few reasons as to why this movie is terrible, I have no doubt missed a lot. I could make entire videos dedicated to all the characters that are just kind of there for no reason other than that they appeared in the previous movies. Or all the times that characters either forget things that they should know, or they have knowledge that they couldn't possibly have, depending on what the script says. Or I could make a video covering all the questions that the sequel trilogy leaves totally unanswered. For now, though, I'll leave you with this final thought. I have seen every Star Wars film released since I was born in the cinema. I watched the prequels as a kid. I watched The Force Awakens on opening night, and again a few days later, and I loved it. I watched Rogue One also on opening night, and I was slightly less enthused, but still entertained. I had high hopes going into The Last Jedi on opening night, because at that point in time I was still very much on The Force Awakens bandwagon, but we all know how The Last Jedi turned out. I didn't see Solo in cinemas, because honestly, who the fuck did? Anyway, the reason I'm mentioning all of this is because I realized when watching the title crawl for Rise of Skywalker, that this was the first time in my life when I honestly did not care about what I was about to see. I was not excited. I only watched the movie out of morbid curiosity. I wanted to see it through to the end so that I could let it die. The excitement I had felt the previous 5 times I had seen the Star Wars opening crawl in the cinema had been replaced by apathy. When making The Force Awakens, JJ's mantra may well have been, "If it ain't broke, don't fix it." As has been made clear by Rise of Skywalker following on from The Last Jedi, the sequel trilogy will now only serve as a reminder that sometimes, if something is broke, you can't fix it. Thank you so much for checking out my review. If you do agree or disagree with me, definitely let me know in the comments. If you did enjoy this video, please consider liking, sharing, or subscribing, as it will help me do more videos like this in the future. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in my next video.
Blood and thunder. String.
She cares so much, so I just have to assume it's because she's a nice person. Unfortunately, although I like Disa as a character, she has had very little in terms of screen time or development. Durin appears to have accepted his father's decision, as he first asks Disa,
What choice do we have?
and then says,
He's more than just my father, Disa. He's our king.
which appears to be in line with Durin's established respect for his father, even on occasions when they disagree. Then we get a small amount of world building, which is nice, but would have been good to have a few hours earlier to make clear how the Dwarven society functions. We learn that there are other dwarf lords, of which Durin is presumably one due to him being the prince, and Disa tells us that,
You said the other dwarf lords were open to the proposal.
which means firstly that Durin had previously asked them, presumably before speaking with his father, and secondly that they each heard Elrond's proposal and were willing to consider it. If only they were willing to dedicate any amount of screen time to this espionage, we could have had some potentially interesting politically charged world building. Disa then suggests that Durin reopen the Mithril mine himself so as to prove to the other dwarf lords that Mithril can be mined safely and therefore potentially enable Durin to convince his father to help the elves. This suggests that Durin has the authority and power to do something like this, even though the king has ordered it to be shut, which is confirmed later. Durin, however, refuses this idea, saying that he is unwilling to defy his king because it would set a bad example for his children. I really like this interaction. The small pieces of world building do raise as many questions as they answer, but Durin's clear dedication to his king tells us explicitly that he is unwilling to breach his values in order to help a friend. He is willing to risk the consequences of not helping the elves, whatever they may in fact be, because he wants to be a good father and a good son. Durin is clearly conflicted as he wants to help Elrond, but he is unwilling to go against his father's wishes to do so. Nice and clear. If only Elrond's interactions with Gil-galad had been anywhere near this clear, we may have understood exactly what he is doing and why. Disa appears to accept Durin's decision and apologizes for insulting him, which tells us that although she has a temper and is not afraid to speak her mind, she also has a lot of respect for her husband and her king. Anyway, then Elrond enters and realizes that the answer is no, without either character saying a word, which is the rare example of Rings of Power exercising some level of restraint. Durin then asks Elrond to stay for dinner, which is a nice callback to episode 2, where he told him that under no circumstances is he to stay for dinner, but Elrond refuses, saying that he has to return to Gil-galad to inform him of the king's decision. Elrond then says,
Gil-galad must be informed, and soon he will no longer be a king, for there will no longer be a Lindon.
Which tells us that Elrond seems to fully believe what Gil-galad had told him previously, even though he had manipulated Elrond into doing what he wanted, and he, I assume, is using this information now to make Durin feel guilty. Durin then says goodbye to Elrond, and Elrond responds,
We do not say goodbye. We say no more. Means more than simply farewell. It means go towards goodness.
I've said it before, this guy playing Durin is leagues beyond any of the other actors in this show. If only he had better material to work with. This exchange also tells us that Durin is familiar with some elven customs, or at minimum knows a couple of their words. Elrond then hands Durin the piece of mithril that he was given in episode 4, and he departs. I'm gonna be totally honest with you guys, my cold, dead, cynical heart wants to feel something during this scene. Durin breaking down into tears in front of his friend because he will likely never see him again, and because he was unable to help the elves, which will presumably lead to them returning to Valinor forever. I know that a lot of this was set up incredibly poorly, and I know that Durin and Elrond's relationship is inconsistent at best, but this actor's performance nearly made me forget all that for 30 seconds or so. The power of acting. Maybe the reason this stands out is because of how monotonous every other character in this show is, but either way, this guy gets an A+ for effort. So, we have just had a hint of something good in Rings of Power. Is it time for them to completely ruin it with some nonsense contrived storytelling? You bet your ass it is! So, throughout this scene, Durin was holding the corrupted leaf that Gil-galad had in episode 1. In the previous scene, his father was also holding it. This means that Gil-galad gave it to Elrond to use to persuade the king to help them. Anyway, in his frustration, Durin throws the piece of mithril across the table, and it stops right next to the corrupted leaf. The corruption in the leaf then begins to dissipate, and both Durin and Disa are shocked to see this. Durin then shouts to Elrond to return, presumably having been convinced by this phenomena to defy his father and help the elves. Wow. So they totally undid everything good about this scene. So, firstly, the conveniences. Durin accidentally throws the mithril carelessly across his table, and not only does it not fall off the table, but it just so happens to stop right next to the corrupted leaf. In this moment, Durin is extremely emotional and frustrated. What would arguably have made more sense is if he hurled the mithril at the wall in anger, as we have already seen Durin to have a short temper, and this would also reinforce how durable the mithril is, and it would make sense for him to do this because the mithril is at this point causing him more trouble than it is potentially worth. Instead of angrily hurling it across the room though, he slides it across the table to oh so conveniently end up right next to the corrupted leaf. Why does Durin have the corrupted leaf? There is just as much chance of his father keeping it or Elrond taking it with him. Also, the mithril evidently has exactly the effect that Gil-galad expected that it would, which confirms that everything he said in episode 5 pretty much has to be true, even though he can't have known this. Also, if Elrond was in possession of both the mithril and the corrupted leaf, I simply do not believe that at no point in the months of walking across Middle-earth to get to Khazad-dûm did he not try this out. He knows what both of these things are. He evidently believes what Gil-galad said the mithril will do, so he has no reason not to put them next to each other to see what happens, as this would both confirm whether or not Gil-galad is right, and go a long way towards convincing Durin of how important the mithril is to the elves. And not only did he not intentionally do this, but he apparently did not do this even by accident. Surely having both the mithril and the corrupted leaf in the same bag or in opposite pockets or something would cause precisely this to happen. It may even have made for an interesting payoff. Having Elrond present the corrupted leaf to the king only to find that it is no longer corrupted, and then deducing that the mithril had healed it by accident. Probably the biggest problem here, however, is Durin's response to this. He reacts with shock upon seeing the mithril heal the corrupted leaf. There is no reason why he would find this shocking. He has been told by Elrond exactly why the elves need mithril. Durin knows as much as Gil-galad does. The reason Elrond's proposal was refused is not because no one believes that the mithril will actually save the elves, it was because the king apparently does not want to interfere with the gods' plan. Showing this to Durin or his father should not surprise them whatsoever because they have already been told by Elrond what mithril does. To avoid any suggestions that I am nitpicking here, because that is bound to happen if people don't listen to the words that I'm actually using. If Durin had carelessly thrown the mithril into the bin, then this would be a different story. Durin has a reason to discard both the corrupted leaf and the mithril because he is emotionally devastated and neither item is of any use to him anymore. If he had discarded both into a trash can or a dwarven equivalent, then I would have far less of a problem with this scene. I have to be a bit pedantic here to make this point, so bear with me. Trash cans are somewhere where you specifically put things you don't want to keep. Durin has a reason to discard both of these items. This means that these two items ending up next to each other in the trash can is a perfectly reasonable and explicable thing to happen. What we get in the show, however, is that Durin puts the leaf on the end of the table and then just so happens to throw the mithril at the leaf instead of quite literally anywhere else. And therefore, by accident, the two items end up so close together that the mithril has the effect of undoing the corruption in the leaf. Therefore, the leaf and the mithril ending up next to each other is contrived. And the reason why this matters is because this contrivance directly advances the story. Okay, so Elrond is willing to emotionally blackmail his friends and is forgetful and unobservant. Durin deeply respects his father and can be emotionally fragile. Disa respects her husband and her king and is not afraid to speak her mind. We then return to the ruins of the Southlands, where Galadriel is accompanying Theo, presumably to locate Arondir and or Bronwyn. I have no idea why these two are traveling separately to everyone else when they were all in the same location when the volcano hit them. I guess the writers decided that they have been separated in order to give them some alone time and therefore to advance each of their plots. This, of course, also requires not only that Galadriel wake up right next to Theo and only Theo, but also that neither character decide to stick around and help anyone else. Theo asks Galadriel why the orcs did this. This suggests that Theo knows that the orcs did something, which, from his perspective, would this not have been a perfectly natural, although admittedly rare, occurrence of a volcano erupting? Is he assuming that bad guys getting evil sword equals volcanic eruption? Bit of a leap, but okay. Galadriel's response, though, is going to explain why Adar made the volcano go boom.
To make this their home. Their Shadowland.
Oh wait, no she isn't. You keep telling us that this makes the Southlands their home, but this doesn't make sense. Firstly, the orcs should all be dead, as should you. Secondly, that Galadriel says their Shadowland, combined with Adar's line from episode 5, seems to imply that the volcano erupting will block out the sun and thus create a Shadowland, which will therefore be an appropriate home for the orcs. This does not work on any level. A volcanic cloud of ash can certainly block out the sun for a few days, and making a volcano erupt is quite obviously extremely risky if the plan is to decimate the Southlands when all of the orcs are in the Southlands in order to give these orcs a home, and the show changes its mind in every episode as to how the orcs react to sunlight. So yeah, this is a piss-poor explanation.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
Theo suggests taking the land back from the orcs, which Galadriel decides against. We then get what I think the writers consider to be both character progression and development of a theme.
I'll put steel down their throats.
It is over.
Not for me. I won't allow it.
We must.
So.
So here, Theo reaches for Galadriel's dagger that she took from Finrod centuries ago, this dagger acting as a physical manifestation of Galadriel's drive for vengeance, but Galadriel stops him. This informs us that Galadriel may have actually developed as a character, which is reinforced by the next line.
What are you so bothered about? It isn't your fault.
Yes, it is.
So, by this point, you guys know that I am not a fan of Galadriel, and you know why. There is one explanation, though, as to how this is her fault, but I do not believe that the show is aware of it, so I will explain. The show seems to be suggesting that Galadriel is coming to learn that eternal vengeance does not lead to positive outcomes. She is starting to accept that she needs to be driven by something other than violence, because the devastation of the Southlands is the consequence of that violence. Say it with me, guys. You know what's coming.
By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
So, from Galadriel's perspective, because remember, she does not know what we know. She acquired an army, arrived just in time to save the Southlanders, captured their leader, and then the volcano destroyed everything. If you remember from episode 6, Arondir told her to make sure Adar does not escape with the evil sword before she and Halbrand capture Adar. Galadriel at no point checks to see what Adar was actually carrying, and neither does Arondir, meaning that Theo is at this point the only character who could possibly know that the volcano erupting was as a result of the evil sword. I don't believe that Theo has anywhere near enough information to conclude this himself, but my point is specifically that Galadriel failed to check what Adar was carrying, and as a result they were unable to stop the volcano erupting. Had Galadriel checked and then said to Arondir, yeah, he's just got this axe, I don't know what you were so worried about, this may not have actually led to anyone being able to stop Wuldrag in time, but regardless, Galadriel made the mistake of not even checking when checking could potentially have prevented the volcano from erupting. So, sounds like Galadriel is learning from her mistakes, right? Wrong, because Galadriel is unaware that she even made this mistake. She does not know what the evil sword is. She does not know what the evil sword does. She has never seen the evil sword. She does not know that what Adar was in fact carrying was not what Arondir believed him to be carrying. She thought she had done exactly what Arondir had asked her to do. She does not know that the volcano erupting has anything to do with her own action or inaction. But, because I guess she has to develop at some point, so episode 7 out of 8 is as good a time as any, the writers decided that she has as much information as we, the audience, when she simply does not. Anyway, we then see the survivors, and frankly there are a lot of them, leaving the ruins of the Southlands. Elendil notices Beric, Isildur's horse, but notably Isildur is not present. Implication being that Elendil is worried as to his son's safety. Why he is worried is unclear, because this volcanic eruption appears to have been about as dangerous as chickenpox. Elendil then hears that Miriel has survived, and he regroups with her and Afrock before learning that they know where Isildur is, and that he is not with them implies that Isildur is dead. I think, given that Afrock is Isildur's friend, and both he and Miriel are his superiors, that it's reasonable to assume that they confirmed that Isildur is actually dead before abandoning him in those burning ruins. But Isildur, of course, cannot be dead. So this means that they didn't. I don't know why the writers are wasting our time trying to even imply that Isildur is dead. There are around 40 characters in Rings of Power who have either been named or have had any amount of dialogue, and the only ones who explicitly cannot die during Rings of Power are Galadriel, Elrond, Gil-galad, Sauron, Elendil, and Isildur. If this sequence plays out the way I expect it to, I imagine we will learn something about both Elendil and Isildur, but why bother with the dramatic cliffhanger? Everyone knows Isildur is alive. And we then cut back to Theo and Galadriel, who are traveling to where the Númenórean camp was located, as Galadriel believes that this is where any survivors will be heading. She tells Theo to
be wary. The orcs will move in daylight now.
And she confirms that yes, as a result of the ash cloud, the orcs can now move in daylight uninhibited. Well, actually daytime, not daylight, as there shouldn't really be any light if the sun is blocked by... You know what? I'm just going to assume that this was a typo in the script. Theo then says that Galadriel should not worry about him because he has killed orcs before. Some of Theo's kills were off-screen, but I think at a minimum we have to assume he's killed maybe 5 orcs total. This might suggest that orcs are not anywhere near as threatening as we've been led to believe if a child can repeatedly defeat them in combat and consequently does not seem to be afraid of them whatsoever. Theo's reaction in episode 2 was perfectly reasonable. He was absolutely terrified of the Tunnelly Boy, at least initially, which makes sense. I guess the reason he is now super confident and unfazed by the idea of fighting orcs is because he has realized that they are pushovers. Galadriel says that she has killed many orcs, which Theo applauds as good, but Galadriel refuses this compliment, saying,
I would not use such words.
Why not?
It darkens the heart. To call dark deeds good. It gives place for evil to thrive inside us.
The evil is gone.
Then why is it not gone from in here? Sometimes to find the light, we must first touch the darkness.
Do you see what they're doing here? I mean, yeah, you've kind of got to have worse eyesight than Ray Charles or worse cognitive ability than, well, Patrick McKay and John D. Payne to not see what they are doing here. Galadriel then says that she thinks she can make Theo a soldier and hands him her sword. This is a tiny payoff to Theo's apparent admiration of Galadriel when he first saw her in episode 6. Unfortunately, all we get is she gives him a sword and he doesn't really react to it. Maybe this is the actor, the direction, the writing, I have no idea. Mediocrity just kind of compounds into amorphous cosmic soup. We then cut back to Elendil, Miriel, and Afrock, who are also heading to the Numenorian encampment.
Wait a moment!
The last time we saw these characters, literally 2 minutes ago, Elendil was asking them where his son is. There is no response that they can give him that would lead to him accompanying them to the encampment. Unless they lied to him and said, oh yeah, Isildur, he's already at the encampment. Which is impossible and is also very much the opposite of what was implied. So, this means that Elendil does not particularly care about the whereabouts of his son, alive or dead. I know that he's been shown to be extremely dedicated to protecting the Queen, but especially given that Miriel is already very well protected, I do not believe that Elendil would abandon his son in order to escort Miriel to safety, especially if Afrock told him explicitly what happened to Isildur. Anyway, Miriel appears to be literally blinded by the fire that went in her face, and she is understandably traumatized by what she has been through. She tells Elendil and Afrock to help her hide the fact that she is very clearly struggling to maintain her composure. She wants to appear as the leader the Numenorians and the Southlanders need, even though she is not handling the situation particularly well. Apart from the rather blunt dialogue, I like this. This is showing us, without contradiction, what Miriel values. Every now and then we get something like this in Rings of Power. 90% of the dialogue either seems to be expositional or to exist purely to advance the plot, so having a short exchange that does nothing to serve the plot and only exists to serve character is very much something that the show needs to do more. In typical Rings of Power style, though, even when it succeeds, it does so just barely, because as I mentioned, the dialogue here is extremely blunt and overt, and we also only learn about Miriel, despite Elendil and Afrock also being present. Okay, so Galadriel is omniscient. Miriel abandons people and understands the importance of her role as leader. And Elendil cares about Isildur's safety and also does not care about Isildur's safety. And we then return to the Grove, where Sadok is telling not Gandalf where he can find his people, meaning humans. This tells us that Sadok, and presumably the other Harfoots, have decided that accidentally dropping a tree on an idiot was the last straw, and they have decided to ask him to leave. Not Gandalf has slowly been realizing that he is peril, and yeah, relative to the other Harfoots especially, he certainly is dangerous. He is evidently very powerful and not entirely in control of what he does. The Harfoots are not safe with him around. This is what the show wants us to think, but this is dampened by the fact that on both of the two occasions in which not Gandalf has caused harm to the Harfoots, it was directly as a result of the Harfoots acting like morons with zero common sense, and in both cases, he was entirely unaware that he was even causing them harm. So whilst it is definitely understandable that, from the Harfoots' perspective, not Gandalf does not belong with them and should leave for their own safety, the Harfoots and the show are evidently unaware that a good amount of fault lies with Nori specifically and her disabled sister. As Sadok and not Gandalf walk away from the tree, we see that his magic did actually do what was intended, as life seems to be sprouting from the trunk, which acts purely as foreshadowing for what comes later. Anyway, not Gandalf goes to say goodbye to Nori, who hands him an apple. Nori is clearly emotional about having to say goodbye to him, although she does not say a word, presumably because she agrees that he does not belong with them.
I saw that star talent. Should have just let us alone. Helen, you tried to tell me, Mother. Now I understand. I'm just a Harfoot. That's all I'll ever be.
So, we then see that as a result of her wacky escapades with not Gandalf, Nori has learned that she actually isn't special. She should have listened to her mother, and she should have kept her nose out of trouble. This does make sense, but of course, because this world and its characters are puppeteered by the powers that be, this won't last long, because Nori needs to flip back to thinking she is special, not listening to her mother, and sticking her nose in trouble. This will, of course, all be fully justified, I have no doubt. Cut to Galadriel and Theo, who are taking a break from traveling across the ruined Southlands to have a chat. Theo asks if Galadriel has ever lost someone, likely as he now believes he has quite possibly lost his mother. Galadriel, as established in episode 2, has lost approximately 220 million friends, so it is safe to say that she has lost some people. I wonder if we will ever learn about any of them who are not the one guy that the show apparently has the rights to name.
My brother, Finrod.
Nah, I guess not. Galadriel has lost untold numbers of companions, friends, and family, but the only one she is ever able to name is Finrod, thank you contractual obligations.
And my husband.
Whoa, wait, you mean Celeborn?
Celeborn.
Wow. Okay, this presents me with something of a challenge. The writers of Rings of Power are deviating in an incredibly substantial way from the source material, but to remain consistent with everything I have said until this point, I have to ignore the fact that this is not how it went in Tolkien's books. Firstly, let's go over what the scene actually tells us explicitly. Galadriel says how she and Celeborn met. She says that she used to dance and that this was how he noticed her. Celeborn then left to join the war, and Galadriel never saw him again. Now let's go over the far more interesting and far more consequential implications of this. So, the elves left to fight Morgoth's forces, including both Finrod and Celeborn. Finrod is killed, Celeborn is never seen again, so is either dead or missing. As Galadriel claims to have never seen Celeborn again after he left to join the war, this means that at the point in time when Finrod is killed, and Galadriel decides to take up an oath of vengeance against Sauron, her husband has either been defeated in battle, been wounded, been unable to get to safety, and captured and or executed by the enemy, and instead of trying to find and potentially rescue her husband, Galadriel decides instead to chase the remnants of Sauron for hundreds of years in order to avenge her brother. This, plus the fact that Galadriel has not once mentioned him until this point, can only tell us that Galadriel either did not or does not care about her husband. We also have extremely limited information about Celeborn himself, but we do know that Celeborn presumably loved Galadriel, that he was a soldier and therefore presumably had certain qualities, such as bravery and competence, etc. We know almost nothing about Celeborn, but I can say with certainty that he deserved better. It is possible that Galadriel tried to find Celeborn, somehow ruled out that he was still alive, all before Finrod was killed in the subsequent murder quest. But again, this isn't in the show. All we know is that Galadriel seems to be content with, I never saw him again, but when her brother dies, she decides now is the time to dedicate my entire existence to annihilating everything peripherally related to Sauron. Anyway, Theo then pushes back on Galadriel's earlier statements about this all being her fault, saying that he considers it to be his fault.
It isn't your fault. It's mine.
You did not intend for this to happen.
I gave power to the enemy, so that makes me responsible.
Okay, even if we ignore the fact that not handing over the evil sword would have directly led to Theo watching his mother be murdered in front of him, presumably followed by everyone else in the tavern, Theo cannot know that giving Adar the evil sword led to the volcano exploding. This is not a natural chain of causation. This is not like giving Sauron the One Ring, and then Sauron using the power that everyone knows it has to take over Middle-earth. This is, Theo gave Adar a magic sword, and a few hours later, the volcano exploded. From what the show has told us, the only people who know that the evil sword equals volcanic eruption are Adar and Waldreg. Waldreg knows because Adar apparently told him in the space of about 5 seconds, and Adar knows because shut up and don't think about it, which is a colorful way of saying that Theo cannot know that this is in any way his fault. Galadriel then tells Theo that he shouldn't feel bad because he didn't intend for anything bad to happen, and he did what he did to save his mother.
You did not intend for this to happen.
I gave power to the enemy, so that makes me responsible.
Some say that is the way of things. But I believe the wise also look upon what is in our hearts. And this was not in yours.
Galadriel, of course, does not know this. She was not present when this happened, and so she is just reading Theo and concluding that he isn't evil.
Do not take the burden of this day upon your shoulders, Theo. You may find it difficult to put it down again.
Well then, is Galadriel telling us that she regrets the direction her life has taken? Does she wish she had stayed at home with her husband and started a family instead of abandoning him after he goes missing in a war and then spends hundreds of years madly trying to locate Sauron?
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Theo then asks how is he supposed to let this go, and Galadriel says,
There are powers beyond darkness at work in this world. Perhaps on days such as this, we have little choice but to trust to their designs and surrender our own.
Theo refuses this, saying that his home is gone and that he is responsible, which again he can't know, but anyway. And he asks,
Where's the design in that?
Galadriel's response is almost literally, God works in mysterious ways.
limits.
She is trying to make Theo feel better by saying that there are supernatural forces that exist and do stuff. And not all of them are evil, but the ones that are good do stuff sometimes for some reason, and yeah, feel better, champ. I guess she gets points for effort, just not for actually saying anything meaningful. But oh no, the orcs are now, they're here, and I guess they also survived the volcano. Good to know. Theo starts to draw his dagger, but is prevented from doing so by Galadriel. The writers are clearly trying to draw a parallel between Theo and Galadriel by depicting her as the wise elder who sees her younger self in Theo. Theo seems to be absorbed by feelings of vengeance and guilt, and he feels that killing orcs will satisfy this and give him peace. Galadriel learned 5 minutes ago that this is wrong, and she wants to steer Theo away from this path, as it has only brought her pain. Alright, cool idea in principle, so does it work?
Nope.
So, Galadriel's drive for vengeance came from her brother being killed by Sauron, and she knows that it was Sauron because he drew a map on Finrod's body. Why her husband disappearing didn't provoke a similar response is unknown, but I digress. Theo, conversely, somehow knows that giving Adar the evil sword directly caused the devastation of the Southlands, and he thinks his mother might now be dead as a result. Neither of these make much sense, but at least Galadriel's adheres to cause and effect, provided you ignore the husband factor. Now, as for Galadriel's apparent change of heart and feelings of regret, this also doesn't work because fucking yesterday she was fully on board with slaughtering everything that looked at her funny. Genocider of slaves, remember? And now, apparently believing that she is to some degree responsible for the volcanic eruption and subsequent deaths of 3 people, she has flipped and decided that vengeance does not lead to positive outcomes. An example of this kind of thing being done exceptionally well is in American History X. I won't spoil anything here because if you haven't seen the movie, it is fantastic. Go and watch it right now. Yes, that is an order. The setup for the movie is that Derek is a racist skinhead who is fully driven by feelings of hatred and revenge. Due to the events that occur in the film, which I will not spoil here, Derek tries to make sure his brother Danny does not go down the same path he did. These characters are incredibly detailed, and the movie dedicates a substantial amount of its 2-hour runtime to fleshing out this relationship. It is absolutely believable. In Rings of Power, Galadriel has had about 5 minutes of screen time with Theo, all of which is after the eruption of Mount Doom and Galadriel's supposed change of heart. The end result is that this short narrative arc is both nonsensical and rushed as hell. Anyway, the orcs have a look around but do not discover them, and the scene ends with...
Rest where you can. Remove the first light.
What light?
Suggesting that Theo is not listening to Galadriel's advice. He is evidently so racked with guilt and loss because he somehow knows that his actions led to this and that his mother is maybe dead, that he is going to ignore advice from someone whom he quite clearly looks up to and admires. This is certainly possible, but it needs a hell of a lot longer than 5 minutes to develop. Okay, so Galadriel does not want Theo to end up like her. Theo is clairvoyant and feels extremely guilty. And we then cut back to Khazad-dûm to find out what exactly Durin and Elrond are going to do now that both of them have decided to defy the king and get some mithril. We see Durin doing some mining, suggesting that he has reopened the mithril mine and is now digging away on his own without any other dwarves to back him up, and presumably without anyone else knowing that they are actually here, given that this is against the wishes of Durin's father. I guess Disa knows, actually. Let's see if that goes anywhere. Anyway, as the show established previously, there are no guards guarding the single most valuable resource in Middle-earth. So Durin and Elrond are able to do this without anyone noticing, for now at least. This also tells us that the king did not suspect that something like this might happen after listening to Elrond's proposal. He knows that the elves know about and desperately want mithril, and yet the king has evidently not decided to add any kind of security measures beyond fucking none in order to prevent exactly this from happening. King Durin III and Disa were the only 2 good characters in this show, and episode 7 is certainly taking steps to dismantle them. Anyway, Durin takes a break from mining, and we then learn that Elrond deliberately lost the right of plot contrivance in episode 2. Did the writers not read the script for episode 2 when they wrote the script for episode 7? Evidently not, so I'll remind them and you, because obviously they're watching this. The deal was that if Elrond wins, he will be granted a single boon, and if he loses, he is to be banished from all dwarven lands. Elrond has just told Durin that he lost on purpose in order to be able to speak to him. This means that either Elrond knew that the single boon on offer had he won did not include an audience with Durin, or he knew that Durin would agree to escort him personally and thus allow him to offer his proposal if he loses. He also knew that Durin would be in any way receptive to the proposal, and he was willing to do all of the above whilst risking being banished from all dwarven lands, which of course didn't end up happening because I guess they're friends now, so Durin is above the law or something. Point being, Elrond claims to have been able to defeat Durin in the contest, which I don't believe, but evidently Elrond does, meaning that rather than winning and requesting to speak to Durin, he decided that losing, being banished, and asking Durin to walk him to the door was a better way of being able to speak to him. This is incredibly special levels of writing, but okay. Elrond might be the least intelligent character in the show. Until the next scene, I guess. That's the way it goes in this show.
The mightiest thing a dwarf can do is to be worthy of the name of his father.
So this means that Durin places high value in living up to his father's name, which is in line with what we know about their relationship, but he is also willing to espouse this whilst literally defying the king. Is this treason? If not for Elrond, it sure as shit must be for Durin. They are stealing something incredibly valuable to the king of Khazad-dûm. And whilst doing so, Durin is telling us that the mightiest thing a dwarf can do is to be worthy of the name of his father. Anyway, they keep on digging and end up finding a vast chamber filled with unprecedented amounts of mithril. And they then turn around, and who could possibly be standing there but Durin's father, the king? This made me laugh out loud. Firstly, this confirms that he did suspect that Durin and or Elrond might try something like this, but did not think to station any guards outside. And this character who has been established to be overly and unreasonably cautious has just walked into the mine that has been established to be closed due to it being extremely dangerous. The king refuses to even look at the newly discovered mithril veins and orders that his guards seize Elrond, who is then escorted out of Khazad-dûm and left in exactly the same location that he abandoned Celebrimbor in back in episode 2. Way back in the long ago, when I didn't fully understand how bad this show was going to get. So, Elrond has been banished from Khazad-dûm, which is exactly what should have happened in episode 2. Where is the rest of his punishment? He just tried to steal your incredibly valuable mineral after you declined to provide it to him. His punishment is you can leave and tell the High King, and given the stakes, likely bring about a war.
That's a damn stupid thing to do.
Yeah, they've done it. They've made King Durin III into a clown who I cannot take seriously, meaning that Disa is the one character that I think isn't some variety of idiot. And we then see Durin facing the consequences of his actions. Durin's father says that although he was ill-formed as a baby, he fought through this and was destined to move mountains. Durin then criticizes his father for suffocating in him any ambition, and the king says that he is a strict father because that is what is necessary for Durin to be the best leader possible. This, for the moment, functions because it gives us non-contradictory information and it reinforces the character traits that have already been established. Then, things get sticky. Durin makes an emotional appeal to his father after having been unsuccessful in doing precisely this the first time. He says that allowing the elves, whom he refers to as their allies, to die is not something he approves of, and he says that
Elrond is as much a brother to me as if he'd been fired in my own mother's womb.
The show seems to be telling us that Durin specifically wants to save Elrond rather than the elves as a whole. Given the specific, or to be more specific, the not specific in the slightest, reason why the king declined to help the elves by giving them mithril, there is no reason why this form of argumentation would have any chance of working. And wouldn't you know it, it doesn't work.
How dare you invoke your mother's memory to defend your decision to betray your own kind?
So, this is the big emotional outburst where Durin and his father finally tell each other what they really think and shed any pretense of respect. They are not going to be civil because of how strongly they feel that they are in the right. Sure is a shame that this doesn't make sense, isn't it? So the king feels that Durin has betrayed the dwarves. Durin did indeed defy the king's wishes, but he didn't actually do anything other than go into the mine with Elrond and locate more mithril. This is not exactly a betrayal of the dwarves, it hasn't actually cost them anything, but it is specifically a betrayal of the king. And Durin in turn feels that his father has betrayed the dwarves because he is squandering their future so he can cling to their past. Allowing the elves to die because their time has come, so saith the gods, and that intervening in any way might doom their own kingdom, is not clinging to the past. Yes, the elves were willing to make a substantial offer in exchange for mithril, and you could argue that not trading the immensely valuable mineral that you and only you currently claim ownership of could be argued to be squandering their future because simply sitting on a pile of mithril doesn't actually help the dwarves in any way. If the king actually wanted to either help the elves because it is a nice thing to do, or if he wanted to help them because they are willing to pay him a huge amount of cash, then this argument would make sense. As the king is refusing to help the dwarves because he is unwilling to interfere with the god's plan, this argumentation does not function at all. This would be like Galadriel saying to Elendil, we should go to war, and then Elendil says, no, the gods said that it's a bad idea. And then Galadriel, in an effort to convince him, says, come on, you'll get laid. Elendil will just be like, what? I just said that the gods told me not to. Anyway, as a result of this outburst, the king removes a part of Durin's armor, which I assume is a symbol of him being a dwarven prince or lord or something. I will say that if you ignore the writing, the acting in this scene is pretty fantastic. It is definitely cathartic to finally see these two characters release their built-up anger at each other. As both characters are quite clearly extremely emotional, I am not going to be too harsh on this scene as a whole, because it goes some length to explaining why their argumentation is somewhat suboptimal. So Elrond is an idiot. Durin is also an idiot. And is willing to speak his mind if he feels he is correct. And the king is unfortunately also an idiot. He does not respond well to shouting matches. And we then cut back to the goddamn Harfoots, and I still don't care. Because I have committed to covering every aspect of the show, though, I don't have a choice. I bear this pain for you, dear viewer. So it appears that not Gandalf's magic made all the trees come back to life, and there is now food everywhere. This is admittedly surprising, although it of course does not change the fact that not Gandalf is still dangerous and does not belong with them. The question was never, will his magic work? I also find it highly amusing that the Harfoots are supposed to be wandering nomads who go from place to place in order to be able to eat and therefore survive, so they should absolutely know how trees work. Evidently, however, they do not know how trees work, because they pluck all of the fruit from the freshly magicked trees and start stockpiling them. Meaning that in a week, at most, all of their food will be rotten and inedible, and they will then have to wait months for it to grow back. Yet another example of the Harfoots having the survival instincts of autistic lemmings. Anyway, Poppy wanders off to get some muddy water from a river and sees a large footprint, and then she evaporates. Yeah, I'm entirely as confused as you are. We then see her bucket go downstream, although how far downstream is unclear, and oh yeah, I remember these fuckers. These are the people who haven't said a single word and appeared on screen for literally 15 seconds at the beginning of episode 5. So anyway, now these androgenites have Poppy's bucket, which I guess is bad. Literally the only thing we know about them is that they are looking for not Gandalf, and they themselves look about as unambiguously evil as is possible. The fucking wolves had more of a setup than these femboys. Anyway, we then see that Poppy did not, in fact, evaporate. She was hiding under some bushes with Nori. Both of them then observe the androgenites from a distance, meaning that they are incredibly close to the glade where the Harfoots have migrated to. We then see Feminem yoink a flower from a tree. Presumably, this is one of the trees that not Gandalf fixed. Anyway, then for some ungodly reason, Nori leaves the bush and tells them that they are going the wrong way, and then the androgenites evaporate. Okay. So before I continue with this scene, I need to properly explain what just happened. The androgenites are looking for not Gandalf. Nori apparently knows this despite not having actually seen these people before. Because she presumes them to be evil, let's be honest, fucking look at them, she decides to leave her hiding place and thus put her life and the lives of every other Harfoot at risk in order to misdirect them by telling them to head the other way, thus concealing not Gandalf's true location. Put more simply, Nori correctly assumes who these people are and what they are looking for, and she risks everything to try and make sure they don't find not Gandalf. There are no stakes here because we have no idea who these people are, and the consequences of them finding not Gandalf are entirely unknown. For all Nori knows, maybe they're gonna teach him magic. The only reason why this makes any degree of sense is because these people look like they literally just walked out of a Californian university campus. They could not possibly look more evil if they tried. Anyway, one of the creepsters reaches out of the darkness and steals an acorn from Nori's head. I have absolutely no idea why he, or it did this, but maybe this will be explained somewhat in episode 8. No, it fucking won't. Nori's father then puts himself between the androgenites and Nori and tells them to back off. Feminem then puts out the fire by touching it and proceeds to destroy everything. Well, that wasn't very nice, was it? And yes, this is entirely Nori's fault. She had no idea what these people were capable of when she revealed herself to them. They could potentially have killed her and or her father by simply looking at them. And despite this incredible lack of information, Nori risks the lives of everyone nearby in order to maybe help not Gandalf. As for why the Androgenites decided to do this, I mean, they're evil. So this scene is quite the turnaround for the tiniest hint of a character arc that we had set up for Nori in the previous scene. She was previously coming to terms with the fact that having anything to do with not Gandalf, quote, going off trail, so to speak, had adverse consequences for herself, her family, and her community. This makes some degree of sense. She appeared to be accepting that she should not have done this and that her mother was right. Now, in this scene, she sees these three weirdos looking at a tree. Therefore, they're looking for not Gandalf. Nori decides that she under no circumstances can permit this to happen, so she tells them to bugger off. As a result, her village is burned down. Is anyone going to acknowledge that this is Nori's fault? Are we going to get any reason as to why Nori did this? Are we going to get any reason as to why Evil McGee did this? Is Nori going to acknowledge that her actions directly led to this? Honestly, this sequence of events should absolutely devastate Nori. She should be traumatized for life. She should be constantly asking herself how she could have been so stupid. She should be wishing that she had never met not Gandalf. Maybe this will happen. I can't even say that with a straight face. The next half-foot scene will make clear exactly how catastrophic of a problem this is, so I will leave this here. So Nori is an idiot. Is willing to risk her life to protect not Gandalf. Is willing to put everyone's lives at risk when it suits her. We then cut back to the Númenórean encampment. A quick tangent about this encampment, if you don't mind. How does this exist? There are two possible ways, and neither of them make any sense. Method 1. The Númenóreans arrive via boat, land here, set up their camp in maybe a day or so, and then ride over the mountains to go and help the Southlanders. This is certainly possible because whilst Galadriel and the Númenóreans were not exactly taking their time, they also weren't rushing to get to the Southlands as soon as humanly possible because they did not know that their help was urgently required. Regardless, if the Númenóreans did stop for a day to set up camp, then this makes their timely arrival in episode 6 that much more contrived. It should also raise questions from the Southlanders as to how many of their people died whilst the Númenóreans were pitching each other's tents. And the second method would be that the Númenóreans landed here, and then the vast majority of them immediately left to save the Southlanders, and then a handful of men stayed behind to set up and protect the encampment. This also doesn't work, because it means firstly that the Númenóreans knew that those extra numbers would not be needed in battle. Need I remind you, they had no idea of the size of the Orc army. And secondly, it means that in less than a day, those men were able to set up this entire encampment. How many men stayed behind is irrelevant, because whichever direction you swing the number, it makes the opposing issue worse. Anyway, Elendil notices Isildur's horse Beric freaking out because of all the death and fire and volcano and stuff. And Elendil does his Aragorn thing of talking to horses, except that when depicted in The Lord of the Rings, it was relatively subtle. Whereas here in Rings of Power...
No. You're going home. Do you hear me? You're coming with us.
Elendil literally just tells the horse to stop it because he's safe now. Beric doesn't appear to listen to this, and Afrock says that the horse will in fact not listen to anyone. As a result of this, Elendil decides to let the horse go. The fucking horse is going to find Isildur, isn't he? God damn it, the number of moving parts at play here that simply do not function is barely comprehensible. And all because, guys, Aragorn's horse saved him, and he's Isildur's heir. Anyway, Elendil then says that he regrets saving Galadriel.
I should never have pulled the elf on board.
I mean, yeah, I said this before, but you justified committing treason because the sea is always right, when you could have just as easily left her and justified that because the sea is always right. If this were real life, leaving two people adrift in the middle of the ocean on a plank of wood would be a pretty indefensibly evil thing to do, and not something that I think Elendil would do, especially if he had the means to rescue them. They will die, and you could have saved them. The problem here is that there are a number of factors at play in Rings of Power that make this very much not as clean-cut as I just laid out. Bringing Galadriel to Númenor constitutes treason. Taking her anywhere else is not an option given the distances. Galadriel is only in this situation entirely because of her own idiocy, which Elendil is unaware of but does not give us any reason to root for her survival. Additionally, being stranded in the middle of the ocean with no food or water doesn't appear to be a particularly bad situation to find oneself in, given that Galadriel voluntarily put herself in precisely that situation, meaning that the consequences of Elendil just leaving her floating there are presumably nowhere near as devastating as doing so in real life. And the nail on the head of this mess is that Elendil believes the sea to always be right, and as such can justify any action he takes by claiming that the sea did it. The sea made him cross paths with Galadriel, or the sea destroyed Galadriel's boat and left her to die. Anyway, back to the scene in question. What I think the writers want to do is have Elendil, who up until this point was the one guy who seemed to believe in Galadriel, due of course to the sea always being right, and as a result of losing his son and a few Númenóreans, he now wishes that he had never crossed paths with her. Setting aside for a moment the whole sea is always right thing, this still doesn't function at all, because what these characters know is entirely unclear, as is what we know as the audience. Elendil maybe knows that Isildur is dead, or maybe knows that he is alive somewhere, or maybe that he is wounded or lost or something. We have no idea at this point. As I said previously, it actually can't be any of these things, because if Afrock had said anything other than Isildur is totally fine and he is at the encampment, which Elendil at this point would know to be false, then Elendil would at this very moment be scouring the ruins of Tirharad to find his son. That he doesn't do this tells us that he does not care if his son is alive or even where his body is.
Pretty pathetic, huh?
To elaborate on this a bit and absolutely cut off any potential olive branches, being unclear about whether or not a character is alive is not inherently a problem. There are many ways that this can be done effectively. For an example, let's look at Aragorn in The Two Towers. After the Warg fight, Aragorn is thrown off a cliff and into a river. Legolas, Gimli, and Theoden conclude after interrogating an orc that Aragorn is dead. This might be a stretch, but I think it's fair to say that everyone in the audience knew that Aragorn was not actually dead. So, why take up precious screen time to try and trick the audience into thinking that one of the main characters has died rather unceremoniously? Well, firstly, there is a narrative purpose for this, because as a result of being separated, Aragorn witnesses the scale of Isengard's army and is able to report this to Theoden. More importantly, however, the characters all react to this. As a direct result of Aragorn falling into the river, we get character conflict between Theoden and the other characters. We learn about them through their actions, and this event is used to explore the characters in the movie. In Rings of Power, the most charitable interpretation is that Afrock told Elendil off-screen that Isildur is dead. Elendil's reaction to this is also off-screen. Afrock and Elendil could both be described as vaguely sad, which is not exactly a believable nor appropriate reaction to your friend or son dying. Consequently, we do not learn anything about Elendil or Afrock's relationship with Isildur from this sequence of events beyond they are mildly unhappy that he is dead, which is about as simplistic a reaction as possible and is not unlike something I would expect in a cartoon for babies. Anyway, we then see that Galadriel and Theo have also arrived at the Númenórean encampment. Theo rushes off to try and find his mother. After walking past many wounded and dying, he is able to locate Bronwyn, who seems to be both entirely uninjured by the volcanic eruption and also seemingly has full use of her left arm after the rather rudimentary patch job they did to her, yesterday. Additionally, the question as to why she is here and not looking for Theo in the ruins of Tirharad is not accounted for. Also, if you recall, in episode 6, Elendil told Miriel that it would be a day's ride from the shore across the mountains and into the Southlands. I will be charitable and assume that by the Southlands he is specifically referring to Tirharad because we already know that they somehow knew that they needed to go there. This means that it takes a day to ride from the Númenórean encampment to Tirharad. Google tells me that horses can typically ride between 25 and 30 miles a day. As we are told that this is over mountains, I will again be charitable and assume that Tirharad is maybe 20 miles from the coast. Firstly, no fucking way. Secondly, people suffering the kinds of injuries that we see in this tent, including Bronwyn, who was seriously wounded hours earlier, are not walking 20 miles through mountains. Given the terrain, this is easily going to take 10 hours of non-stop walking. We have no reference for how long it actually did take them. Potentially these scenes at the encampment are now taking place a full week after the eruption, but even if you have all the time in the world, I simply do not believe that this is possible. Anyway, Arondir has also made it out entirely unscathed. This means that, as suspected, not one single main character was killed in the eruption when the presumption has to be that every single one of them should be dead, unless we are given very specific reasons as to why this is not the case. As a result of the eruption, Elendil, Galadriel, Miriel, Arondir, Theo, Bronwyn, Afrock, Adar, Halbrand, and Isildur have all survived. Ontamo has died, and Miriel appears to be blind, although that was not as a direct result of the eruption. These are some seriously broken stakes. Cause and effect need not apply here. This is a fantasy show, don't you know? Anyway, back to the scene. Theo and Arondir embrace, which is a culmination of their relationship going from "what's one of them doing here" to Theo embracing him for presumably saving his mother's life. Galadriel then enters and asks to see Miriel. We see that Miriel is sat outside wearing a blindfold. This... how do I put this? If you want to conceal the fact that you can't see, wearing a blindfold is probably the worst thing that you can do. Anyway, Elendil informs her that they are ready to depart within the hour, but will leave behind one garrison to escort the surviving Southlanders to a safe settlement and search for any missing Númenóreans. A few questions, if you don't mind. Shouldn't this take a little bit longer and be a bit more logistically complex than, alright, let's go. They have just arrived, and now they're immediately leaving. They are not allowing any time to allow anyone else to get here. The Númenóreans have literally been in the Southlands for 24 hours at most. And now, yep, let's go. Our work here is done. The larger problem, however, and oh boy, I was waiting for them to confirm this, is that Elendil has just revealed that a safe settlement does, in fact, exist. This means that the Southlanders had zero reason to stay in either Tirharad or Osterith. Presumably they just kind of didn't mention this, which means that we have no reference and the best we can do is say that it doesn't seem very believable, but now we have been explicitly told that everything that happened in episode 6 was entirely unnecessary. They could, in fact, have just left. Also, not to step on your toes here, Elendil, but isn't Halbrand the king of the Southlands? Isn't this his call? Anyway, Galadriel and... why the fuck is Bronwyn here?
Oh, because she's a main character.
Alright, retarded alter ego. Now get back in your hole. Upon seeing Galadriel, Elendil reacts rather negatively, which is at least in line with him apparently blaming Galadriel for all of this, even though that isn't in line with anything else. Galadriel then kneels down out of respect upon realizing that Miriel has been blinded. She apologizes to both Miriel and Elendil for bringing them to the Southlands. Miriel then says,
"Do not spend your pity on me, elf. Save it. For our enemies. For they do not know what they have begun. For I, Miriel, daughter of Ar-Inziladun, vow this. Númenor will return."
Suggesting that there will be a full-on battle between the elves and Númenóreans against the orcs. I am unsure why Miriel wants to do this. I am unsure why Galadriel is also on board, given that she blames herself for everything that has happened. And I am also unsure why the suggestion that Númenor will return to the Southlands is enough to make Elendil start to cry. I don't know why this wasn't his reaction to hearing that his son has died, or actually, this tells us that this likely was his reaction, meaning I have no idea why we didn't see it. Elendil is evidently not a stone-hearted soldier who will put on a brave face when needed, and in the wrong circumstances, he will succumb to emotion even when performing his military role. This means that he absolutely would have broken down into tears when Afrock told him that Isildur is dead,